If we can move then to the first aerial photograph.
Kuzaba ngumfanekiso lo othethule phezulu emoyeni.
This is an aerial photograph that has been made available to us by Lonman, and the markings on the map are Lonman's markings. Unfortunately, Mr. Wesley, if you can just mark with a mouse the position of camera 218 on that aerial photograph. It's an aerial photograph of the Wonderkorp area.
Ile ndawo ibizwa ngokuba iWonderkorp uza kusikhombisa ngale nto ebonisayo phaya okokuba le camera sithetha ngayo indawo phi.
There seems to be a difficulty. Maybe if I can point it out physically.
Ilapha ndikhomba khona ngoku.
That is the camera from which the footage of the group marching back in the direction of the NUM officers was taken. It is also the camera from which the footage of the encounter between the protesters and the Lonman security on the 12th was taken.
Ngilo mfanekiso ke o le camera emiphanya eyathatha imfanekiso le yayikhombisa bonisa aba bantu bebuya kwi-office zenum nalapho kwaba khona.
Do we know what the red lines and or red line rather, and the yellow line are intended to indicate? I can see when the NUM office is, because that's written there on the photograph. There's something else written that I can't see too clearly opposite some part of the yellow line, but what do the red line and the yellow line indicate?
The red line and yellow line are Lonman markings, and I don't want to speak for Lonman. I have a clear idea of what I think they represent, but without committing Lonman, it appears to me that what they represent is the red line is the inferred direction of the march of protesters, and the yellow line is the portion of the march that is actually picked up on camera 218 in that clip.
Le mibala ibibuzwa ngumkomishina uba le mbala obovu ubonisa ntoni nalo yellow uthi kuzawuchaza abakwa-Lonman ngabo abazawuba nenkcazelo kodwa ke kuthiwa kulapho kwakuhamba khona izihlwele ezi.
But given that there is a dispute as to whether it's a march of protesters at all that's captured on the clip, I don't want to suggest anything in relation to the markings. Lonman can speak to the markings at a later stage if they choose.
Kuzawuchaza abakwa-Lonman ngemva kwexesha xa bephendula okokuba imele ntoni le mibala kusuka phaya kulo bovu ukuya kulo utyelo.
And just to clarify, the writing to which you referred is stating cam 218, camera 218. It's the position of the camera.
Apho kubhalwe khona cam 218 khombisa apho kwakukhona le camera esithetha ngayo yakwa-Lonman.
If we can move then to the next aerial photograph.
Lumboniso ozawulandela ngokwesibini.
This is an aerial photograph of the two fixed cameras of Lonman from which footage was taken of the events at scene 1 and not of scene 2. It explains why there wasn't footage of scene 2 from those cameras.
Apha kwakukhona ezi camera zimbini ke ezibonisa isehlakalo esenzeka phaya kwisehlakalo sokuqala yiko nje kungekho sesibini.
The point of convergence to the furthest right of that picture, Mr. Wesley, I wonder if you could point that out with the mouse again. That is the position of camera 241, camera 241.
Phaya ke kula kukhona i-camera lena enye i-camera 241 apho kolatha khona.
Then the next camera is what is referred to as the FLIR camera, F-L-I-R. And Mr. Wesley, if you can point out that position.
Apho asibonisa khona ke kula kwakukhona lenye i-camera.
Copy 1 is the area of the map that's highlighted in green.
Phaya kulombala oluhlaza kulikopi esithetha ngayo encinci.
Scene 2 is to the left as we look at it.
Sehlakalo sesibili senzeka apha ngasesandeni sobunxele xa uyijongile le map.
And if I can stop at this point to point out that the line of sight of both cameras to scene 2 is obscured in respect to the FLIR camera by the power station. That's the large red circle.
Phaya kukho umbala obomvu kula kukhona i-power station ke eyenza kokuba ingakwazi ukubonisa ngale le camera ngale kule power station.
And in respect of the camera 241, there is a part of the Roland shaft building structure is in the way there. That's the small red circle.
Li sekele encinci ebomvu ibonisa i-shaft nayo eyenza kokuba i-camera le ingazi ukubona ngale kwalo shaft.
If we can quickly point out the location of the small kraal.
Phaya kolatha khona ngoku kule ndawo ekuthiwa bubuhlanti obubuncinci.
And there is a relatively unobscured line of sight from camera 241 to the small kraal. Unfortunately, it's 1.9 kilometers away, so the images are very small.
Kusuka kule camera ke ukuya phaya ebuhlanti obubuncinci akukho nto isithile kubonakala kakuhle into nje ukuba akusikufuphi 1.9 kilometers ukuya apho yiko ke imfanekiso yakhona ingabonakali kakuhle.
If we can then go to footage from camera 241.
Mr. Chair, whilst that is being arranged, I wonder if Mr. Chaskelson could, as he very helpfully did yesterday, give us the location on the hard drives of the two photographs that have been shown, both of which are helpful.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. They are on the Lonman hard drive. /photos /2012-08-11 -num amku clash /num amku clash -11/08/2012 JPG.
Ube baxelela ke ukuba lento athetha ngayo apha kwil hard drive yakwa Lonmin ifumaneka phi ube banika izinamba apho bengayijonga khona.
And also on the Lonman hard drive /photos /2012-08-16 -SAPS engagement /SAPS engagement 16/08/2012.
Indawo yesibini kule hard drive apho zingafumaneka khona ezinto xa befuna ukuzibona kakuhle.
Sorry, the file name is in fact SAPS engagement 16/08/2012 edited with lines JPG. The last aerial, before we get to the videos, there's one last aerial photograph which is useful for orientation. It is an aerial photograph taken by Colonel Vermaak, which is on the SAPS hard drive in the directory /photos /Thursday 16, Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak 16th, and the file is IMGP 4544.jpg.
Lumfanekiso ovele phaya wathathwa nguFermaak ewuthatha esemoyeni ngalowo mini ngolwesine mhla insuku zingu-16 kule nyanga sithetha ngayo ka-August.
That is an aerial photograph taken shortly after scene 1.
Lumfanekiso ke wathathwa xeshana nje lincinci emva kokuba kwenzeke isehlakalo esi sokuqala.
The small kraal is being pointed out by Mr. Webster, by Mr. Wesley.
Phaya kolatha khona nguWesley kule ndawo ekuthiwa ubuhlanti obuncinci.
To the right, as we look at it, there is a small hut, which we will be pointing out on the videos. And behind the hut are some rocks.
Xa ujonge kakuhle xa usuka phaya ebuhlanti uyapha ngasandisokudla sokutya kukho inantsika indlu nje incinci phaya ijotombe lincinci phaya kuyawuthi ke emva kweli jotombe kubekho.
Camera 241, which is the camera in respect of which we will use this photograph for orientation purposes, is on a line so that the rocks appear almost immediately to the right of the hut. Mr. Wesley, can you draw a line in the direction of camera 241? Thank you.
Uthi xa ugqitha apho ke kukho amatye apha xa ugqitha ebuhlanti uya kukho amatye apho azokolatha khona ngoku uwest phaya njengoba esibonisa nje.
If we can then move to our first shots from camera 241, and these are on the hard drive at /videos /2012-08-16. When I say the hard drive, it's the SAPS hard drive, /1608-2012 camera 241.
Lumboniso zolandela ke uphuma kwi hard drive yamapolisa SAPS njengoba ezoyibonisa nje.
We will be showing a clip that's taken from 10:43:55 on the running time on the CCTV. We know that that time is not accurate, but it's accurate to within about 15 minutes. But it shouldn't be viewed as a precise time. It will run, the whole clip runs to 10:54:50. We will pick up the first 2 minutes, 23 seconds, which show the SAPS deployment on the day, and we'll then move through the clip to use it as a source of orientation at a time when there weren't events taking place around Small Kraal and certain features are visible which are much less visible at a later stage when we really want to be looking at the Small Kraal.
Le mfanekiso ke izawukhombisa phaya kuba so yathathwa kusuka ngexesha u-10:43 kuze beku-10:54 noma elo xesha kwakungelona ixesha ekulilona isemva nge-15 minutes kodwa kukho into afuna ukuzibonisa phaya ezibalulekile ezizawuvela kumfanekiso ulandelayo.
I have a sign from upstairs that they're having technical difficulties.
Uthi kukho ingxaki abanayo phaa phezulu.
We can do the orientation with this video a little later. If we can move then to the next video, which is a video of the arrival of Mr. Matunjwa at scene 1 at approximately midday.
Sizawugqitha ke kulo mfanekiso unengxaki Siqithele kulo obonisa ekufikeni kukaMathunjwa phaya kwindawo yesahlakalo esisokuqala.
It is a video taken by Warrant Officer Ndlovu, and it's to be found on the Lonman hard drive at /2 videos, SAPS, /SAPS recordings, 2012-08-16, /046.mts. The same.
Chaza apho kokuba uyawufumaneka phi lo mfanekiso owathathwa nguWarrant Officer Ndlovu.
A later generation copy of the same file is in fact on the SAPS hard drive at /videos 2012-08-16 /CI /00024 MTS. We use the version on the Lonman hard drive because it seems closer to an original copy and is correctly timestamped.
Sizawusebenzisa apha le kwaLonman ivideo noko ikhona kwivideo yama SAPS le yakwaLonman ibonakala ngendlela ebhede.
This video shows the arrival of Mr. Mathunjwa. It also shows the crowd at approximately 12 o'clock.
Ibonisa ukufika kukaMhlekazi lo uMathunjwa nezihlwele ezizazikhona ngelo xesha lika-12.
The time is now 12 o'clock. The arrival of the president of AMCOM. There's the coverage.
If we can move then to the next video, which is shortly after this point. It's a short clip of negotiations between Mr. Mathunjwa and the SAPS concerning his arrangements for his address to the mine workers. And its address is, again, on the Lonman hard drive, /2 videos -SAPS /SAPS recordings 2012-08-16 047 MTS.
Sizawuchitha apha ke siye kwimfanekiso ezilandelayo apho uMathunjwa ethetha namapolisa ivela apho kwivideo le yakwaLonman futhi njengoba echaza.
And again, we're using the Lonman hard drive copy because it's closer to the original. The SAPS is a later generation copy without a correct timestamp. It's to be found on the SAPS hard drive /videos /2012-08-16 /CI /00025.mts.
Inkcazelo nje beyinikeza amagqwetha okokuba xa befuna ukuyijonga iyawufumaneka phi njengoba sikhombisa le yakwaLonman ikhona nakwi-hard drive ye-SAPS.
This is the video from which slide 162 of the SAPS presentation was taken, although that's not a video but a still.
Xa ujonga izincwadi ezanikezwa ngamapolisa slide number 162 sikhombisa yona li video le.
If we can then play the video.
What we are requesting from you,
General Mpembe, Copper One, it came from the ground, it came from the leadership. They say they can't hear their own people, they don't have a megaphone. So the leadership themselves, they request that the chopper just move to the outskirts so that the people can hear them. Thank you. How are you? Good, very good.
Ubechaza apha kokuba kabanayo i-megaphone, i-microphone lento ekhuluma kuthiwa ngoku uzawunikeza loo nto kokuba athethe nabantu bakhe bamve kakuhle.
Nice to see you. Again. Yes, I did. How are you? Fine. The reason we are here to you, we request whether you can help in order to use your speaker. You'll be inside, just to get your...
Okay, then you also want to use, you'll be inside.
Now you take it out, like those people where they go.
They can't, so you can take them out, outside and you press it. It's good. You understand what I'm saying?
But yesterday they were talking.
Bamchazela apha uMathunjwa kokuba yena uyawuthetha ngaphakathi kodwa into lethethayo i-mic iyawuba ngaphandle. I-speaker siyawuba ngaphandle baza kumva kakuhle abantu bakhe.
But yesterday they were talking.
Yeah, they were talking from inside.
No, from outside.
Kan ons megaphone vir we can lend you a the guys yesterday were inside the
No, we
Elipolisa livakala lithetha nge-Afrikaans lithi singababoleka na i-megaphone yethu. I-megaphone ilento enzo kokuba ilizwi lomuntu livakale kakuhle.
The guys yesterday were inside the
No, we put the megaphone, we read the private megaphone outside.
The person was inside the
Nee,
we didn't go outside.
Nee, ons het daai ander ene afgeskakel, ons het daai rooi ene buite gesit, ons het vasgesit met die blou lig en dan ons praat van buite af met die megaphone. Ons het hom so
Die persoon was nie buite op die grond.
Bayachaza apha okokuba izolo bebasebenza kanjani libingaphandle lebomvu umuntu ethetha engaphakathi.
Outside.
This one here. There you go. I think it's working. It's working. You just check the brightness.
Sorry. They informed me there's another vehicle on the way. No, but you think no, it's fine. Yeah, no, it's fine. No, I want to see. What am I doing? These guys? Great. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir.
The next clip that we would include as an annexure is in fact Mr. Mathunjwa's speech, but that has already been played and is 30 minutes long. We don't propose to replay it, but we would give its address and its details and make one observation about its location inside the SAPS presentation. The address is Lonman hard drive / 2 videos -SAPS / SAPS recordings / 2012-08-16 048 MTS. It's a video taken by Warrant Officer Ndlovu, and it starts at 12:18:34. 12:18:34. The video is the video to which there was a hyperlink at slide 169 of the SAPS presentation, 169.
Ubechaza apha okokuba le video bifanele ilandele kaMathunjwa intetho kaMathunjwa. Le ntetho kaMathunjwa ike yavezwa ke apha. Ikhona nakwizincwadi ezikhutshwe ngama-SAPS. Uyachaza okokuba ifumaneka ndawophi phaya kwi-hard drives zabo.
This video is going to become exhibits. What letter are we on? CC7. It will be CC7. The point that we would make about this exhibit in relation to the SAPS presentation is that it is in fact wrongly positioned in the SAPS presentation, because the slides that are slides 163, 164, 165, 166, and 167 in the SAPS presentation, and 168. So 163 to 168, which is the protesters speaking, are slides that actually in real life took place after Mr. Mathunjwa's speech, not before Mr. Mathunjwa's speech. So although Mr. Mathunjwa's speech is slide 169 in the presentation, chronologically it should appear before slide 163.
Ubechaza apha kokuba kwizincwadi ezivezwe ngamapolisa imifanekiso livelile inika uMathunjwa uthethe emva kwaba bantu abathethileyo, kanti inyanzo kokuba kwathetha yena kuqala emva kokuba kulandele aba bantu. Ngakho umfanekiso wakhe bokufanele uvele ngaphambili kwaba bantu.
This is clear both from the timestamp on Warrant Officer Ndlovu's film of the speech, and also from a timestamp on Warrant Officer Masinya's simultaneous film of the start of the speech, which is a 2-second clip which we will show now.
Apha ke kucacile kwi maxesha akhonjiswa phaya ku Warrant Officer Ndlovu nalomnye uMasinya abathatha le mfanekiso ngexesha elilodwa.
The timestamp on that clip, which is the entire clip, is 12:27.
Ibonisa phaya kokuba ngu-27 minutes emva kwa-12.
As Annexure CC9, we would include the videos that have already been shown in the SAPS presentation of protesters 1 to 6. And if I might give the directory addresses for each of those clips, it's the Lonman hard drive /video recordings /2012-08-16 /00014 MTS for protester 1, which was slide 163, 00014 for protester 1, which was slide 163, 00015 for protester 2, which was slide 164, 00016 for protester 3, which was slide 165, 00018 for protester 4, slide 166, 00019 for protester 5, which is slide 167, 00020 for protester 6, which is slide 168.
Apha ubechaza kokuba njengoba bazawuvela apha kule mfanekiso yevideo kukho apho bavele khona aba baqhankqalaza ababiza ngo-1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ubebonisa okokuba phaya kwizifanekiso leveze ngamapolisa
The next clips that we would like to show, and we have, I'm afraid, made the same error that SAPS made in terms of chronology, is we would like to show some clips, or we will now show some clips of the reaction of the crowd during Mr. Mathunjwa's speech. So chronologically, these clips are taking place while Mr. Mathunjwa is speaking, before the protesters are speaking. They are to be found at /video recordings on the Lonman hard drive, /2012-08-16, and they start at quadruple 09 MTS, which is at 12:30:26, and is filmed by Warrant Officer Masinya. This will be annexure CC, it's 0008, is CC10.
Uthi apha kuyabonakala imfanekiso apha kuthetha khona uMathunjwa nokubonisa okokuba abaqhankqalazi phaya ngasemva benzani, kodwa ke uthi lento yathathwa amaxesha avela lapha akiwo njengoba azawubonakala kulezi ezinye kwenye imifanekiso.
And if I can ask that we just roll through 10, 11, and 12, which are all shots of the reaction of the crowd to Mr. Mathunjwa between 12:30 and, well, between 12:28:38, which is when 10 starts, and 12:32:46, which is when 12 starts.
Apha ke kuzawuveza imfanekiso yokuziphatha kwezihlwele eziya ngexesha kuthetha uMathunjwa.
Ngiyanibulisa emini ngingumntana Mathunjwa uTobhoyi isilo samanzi ugeza uphenduka itsho kuni ukuthi ndiyazithoba phambi kwenu ungento yalutho.
Mathunjwa is greeting. He says, I greet you now during the day. I am Mathunjwa, the son of, he mentioned his father.
Ngisicashanana nami sikaThixo ukuba ndize phambi kwenu sizothethisana ngale meko esibhekene nayo yekapitalism.
I want to humble myself before you, coming to talk to you about the problem that we are facing, problem of capitalism, and then he says power. The crowd reacts by also shouting, power is ours. We are facing problems. We are facing serious problems. It was stopped before the sentence was actually complete. He was saying the problem we are facing is that the economy of South Africa is...
If I might explain why there are these interruptions. The whole of Mr. Mathunjwa's speech was being filmed by Warrant Officer Ndlovu. At the same time, Warrant Officer Masinya was just taking clips of the crowd. So these clips are not designed to capture the speech.
There's quite a bit that has been skipped. If the film, he ended up where he's saying, talking about the economy of South Africa being something, and it wasn't clear. That different nations have been selling us, they've been selling us out, their children are able to go to universities. They go to universities and come back to be in charge of our children. This is because we working at the mines here are still being paid in the region of 2,000. 2,500 power, and then the crowd says, power is ours. Some of us have even forgotten how long ago it was that we voted, but the economy in the mines is still
There'll be an interruption before this clip.
We arrived here yesterday and spoke to you. You sent us to go to the employer. We mentioned to the employer, what is it that you people wanted? The employer also mentioned what it is that he expected from the employees, from the workers. Comrades, there were different leaders present yesterday. I wouldn't go much deep into that because I know what your conclusion was. And that is the reason we have today these leaders that you see here before you. Again, comrade, we came this morning as you had sent us to go and talk to the employer. We arrived as we were supposed to talk to the employer at 8 o'clock. We as AMCU arrived. But we only managed to meet the employer there after 11. We realized why it was so. This is because, comrades, the bigger unions, which are well known, were not there at the time. The reason we were taken for granted by the employer was that the bigger unions, which are well known, were not there. They are not visible anymore. We're not taken seriously because it is said we are a small union that knows nothing. Power. And the crowd then repeats after him, power is ours. And then he says, but what we know is that we are Africans who are entitled to certain rights, and that our children so that we should have homes and support our children. So that our children, so that we can support our children, so that our children could go to schools in order that they come back and be in charge of this Africa. Power is ours. As we said yesterday, comrades, that the place where we now are has been declared by the government as a security zone.
That is the last clip that Warrant Officer Masinya took of the crowd during Mr. Matunjwa's speech. From the sequence of clips, it appears he went off to film a protest of women at that point.
Apha ke kusekugqibeleni kwemfanekiso eyathathwa ngulo warrant officer kucaca kokuba wathi xa esesuka lapho waya phaya esoyothatha imfanekiso yomama basebezabalaza nabo beqhankqalaza phaya.
The next annexures that will become CC 13 through to 17 are the clips of the protesters 1 to 5, which have already been shown. I've given the addresses and their corresponding numbers in the SAPS presentation. I don't propose to repeat them now, but I would like to repeat the speech of protester 6, because we have crowd reaction to protester 6, which is significant. That will become CC 18. It is a speech that is made at 11 minutes past 1, filmed by Warrant Officer Masinya, and it is at Lonman hard drive /video recordings /2012-0816 /0020 MTS. It's the slide 168 in the SAPS presentation.
Lumfanekiso ovela ku 168 lumfanekiso yama SAPS ngolo ozawuvela ngoku apha. Into endifuna ukuyibonisa apha intetho yalo mkhankalazi wesithandathu number 6 eke yavela nakweminye imfanekiso njengoba ebiza izinombo zayo kuba ifumaneka phina.
And if we can play that video again, it's only 30 seconds of repeated showing, but it's important to contextualize the crowd response.
Imizuzwana njengamashumi amathathu kodwa kubonisa nje ukuba abaqhankqalazi benza ntoni bathini.
Laba boys bangaba honest. Akahamba okwenza isafety kulo mlungu wathe makazapha. Asithethe.
If the police claim that they have safety, let them go and apply that safety to the employer. Police here and come with the employer. We are not leaving this place until we get that which we want. Let him go exactly at this minute. If there's any policeman that has been fetched from the homelands to come here, the possibility is that he might not get into that hippo. He will remain here. And then there's laughter from the crowd. We are saying he might not be able to live here. We are saying to him, go away now.
Commissioners, I understood, but Mr. Mahlangu may ask that it be replayed. I understood this to be stated in the plural, Sauba Gqibelap. So we will finish them off here, not singular.
There's a possibility. There was a cut off. If it could be replayed, Mr. Chairperson. If the word police there is used in its plural form, police. If they claim to have any safety, let them go and apply that safety to the employer. Leave us here and come back with the employer. We are not leaving this place until we find that which we want. Let them go immediately. If a policeman has been fetched from over there at our homes, at the homelands, to come here, he is going to remain here and will not get into that hippo. We will finish them up here. Let them leave here. Then there's laughter from the gathering.
Mr. Chairperson, that clip is time-stamped 1:11:24 p.m. It's a 35-second clip.
Which is 1:11, 11 minutes and 1 emini.
And 24 seconds.
Sorry, nemzuzwana engu 24.
It runs for 35 seconds. The next clip is time-stamped 1:13 and 6 seconds.
Ilandelayo ke ithethe ngo-1:13 nemizuzwana esithandathu.
It's a clip of the crowd also taken by Warrant Officer Masinya.
Apho ke kuthethwe izihlwele apho kufota uMasinya. That wasn't very clear. If it could be repeated again. I'm sorry, Chairperson, not clear exactly what you're saying. I'm sorry, really. I can't get clarity here as to what he's saying. There's some singing there and the song is not very clear. Njengoba niva kubethwa amagwijo phaya ndiva ke nokokuba lithini eligwijo libethwa phaya elimandi.
The next two annexures we would like to leave open at the moment as CC20 and CC21. These will be, in due course, water cannon videos which have emerged late in the day, but we're not yet ready to show them because we're making further inquiries about further footage. So CC20 will be left open for the Northwest water cannon, and CC21 will be left open for the Johannesburg Pops water cannon.
Imifanekiso emibili ebezawulandela ke sizawugqitha kuyo eye water cannons zalapha nezase Johannesburg zizawuva emva kwexesha.
The next video is the aerial video that was taken and appears on the SAPS hard drive under the file name Lonman Chopper MP4 in the directory /videos/2012-08-16. The name is something of a misnomer because in fact the helicopter was not Lonman's helicopter, it was the helicopter of Coin Security.
Apha kuvela kubhalwe apha kokuba i-chopper helicopter yakwa Lonmin uthi kodwa ke leyo nto kwenzeka iphutha apho ngoba i-helicopter yakwa Coin Security.
This video was taken by Mr. Duval, the Chief Operating Officer of Coin Security.
Yathathwa nguDeval oyi-Chief Operating Officer yakwa Coin.
We have a statement from Mr. Duval who confirms that Major General Mpembe and Brigadier Tsilwani were on board the helicopter with him.
Ukho statement esibhalwe kulomhlekazi okokuba uBrigadier Mpembe noTsilwane bebaphaya kwi-helicopter naye.
The video we have estimated to commence at 16:03.
Li video ke iqala ngexesha lika 3 minutes emva kwehora lesine 16:03.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shaskerson, do we know what the call sign of that helicopter was? That may be helpful in relation to entries in the occurrence book and other documents.
Mr. Chairperson, it didn't have a call sign. It wasn't a formal part of the operation. As we understand it, Coin were requested at a late stage to take Major General Mpembe up in their helicopter above all of the other helicopters to observe the operation.
Li helicopter ke ayinalo eligama abizwa ngawo amanye ama-helicopter bangobaba sibanibani. Le yabizwa nje okokuba izothatha uGeneral Mpembe impapise phaya ukuba abone ukuba kwenzeka ntoni kulo msebenzi bebehlangene ngawo phaya.
The helicopter is very high in the air, so the images are incredibly small. But this helicopter gives one the best overall picture of the unfolding of the SAPS operation from scene 1 to scene 2. Unfortunately, it starts after the end of scene 1.
Li helicopter kuthethwa ngayo ke yayibhabha phezulu igqitha zonke ezezinye ngako ke yonke into ibeyenzeka phansi ibonakala kakuhle. Into nje kokuba yasuka le helicopter phansi emva kokuba senzekile esehlakalo sokuqala.
The other value of this helicopter is that one of the police officers' radios was placed next to the video camera. So one hears a great deal of the police radio communications through this video. And it may be useful to allow the interpreter to interpret as we go along, because certainly for the first 20 minutes or so of this video, one hears the police radio communications.
Uthi ke into ekhona kule video kokuba kwakubekwe ispeaker phaya fuphi ne-camera ngako ke intetho iyevakala phaya uzawucela ukuba ndiyitolike ukuba ubethini lo xa ethetha.
Shaskerson, for how long is this clip?
This clip runs for 38 minutes.
It's now, I was proposing to take the adjournment at 11 o'clock. Can this clip be conveniently interrupted in the middle? Or is it best to take the adjournment now and then take it as one unit without interruption?
Li video ithatha ixesha elide elingaba 38 minutes ubebuza uchairman ukuba singathathi na ixesha elide ngoku kunokuthi sijonge isithi xa siphakathi siyimise.
It may be more convenient to take the adjournment now and rather run on longer after the tea break.
Bona kubheteri nami ukuba siphume ngoku siye etiyeni singathi xa sesiqalile siphinde sinqamule.
Well, the commission will adjourn for the tea break.
Sawuthatha ixesha letiye kwangoku.
I could remember more, even better, but at least.
commission resumes. The air conditioning hasn't yet been fixed, but I'm told that there's a possibility it will be ready after lunch. And rain is predicted this afternoon as well. Mr. Shaskelson, once the lights have been turned out so we can see clearly, then we can carry on.
Mr. Chairperson, in relation to the time of this video, I said it was approximately 4:03. There are two different ways of timing the commencement of this video. The file on which it is contained is timestamped 4:41:12 for the end of the video, and the video is 38 minutes 34 seconds, which if you subtract 38 minutes 34 seconds from 4:41:12, one is left with 4:02:28. So according to the clock of the video camera that took the video, it started at 4:02:28. There is, however, a passage of the radio communications on this video which one can match to radio communications on the first video of Captain Ryland's. And if one takes the time of Captain Ryland's cell phone, which is what was used to capture his video, and synchronizes the two videos using that time, this video would have commenced at, we make it 3:57:06. So it's somewhere between 3:57, well, we suspect it's somewhere between 3:57:06 and 4:02:28.
Ubexela ngamaxesha le video yathatha ngawo okokuba kukhona ukohlukana phaya kodwa xa kudongwa i-cellphone yalomnye eyathatha umfanekiso ikhomba kokuba kwangu 3:57:06 le video ithi yona 4:02:28 kuhlukana nje ngexesha elincinci.
If we can then start this video. And maybe if I can ask Mr. Wesley to point out scene 2, which hasn't yet happened, with the mouse.
Apha Wesley uza kusibonisa esehlakalo sesibini okokuba senzeka phina.
The large copy, copy 1 in the SAPS terminology.
Apha sithetha ngendaba intatshana lenkulu.
The small hill in front of the large copy, copy 2 in the SAPS terminology.
Esekuba khona lesezantsi phaya encinyane intaba, copy 2.
And the small kraal where scene 1 has just taken place.
Apha ke kukho ubuhlanti obuncinci apho kwenzeka khona isehlakalo esi sokuqala.
While we have the still picture up, Mr. Wesley, if you can mark the line of the nyalas that are approaching, that are in the dispersion line.
Uzawukhombisa phaya ke ilayini yezinqwele zamapolisa ekuthiwa zihipo inyala.
Thank you. If we can run the video. The camera will circle without any dialogue coming through for approximately another 4 minutes. unless people want to see the circling, there's not much that I can point out beyond the slow movement of that dispersion line. I would suggest that we advance to approximately 420 on the video.
Ngoba kukho into ivelayo kwimizuzu emine elandelayo sizawugqithela phambili.
That is.
If any council wants the section that you're omitting now to be seen at a later stage, it can be asked for. But I suggest we proceed as you ask.
Xa kukho igqwetha elizawuphindela emva apha agqitha khona ngoku uzawuba negunya lokuba ayenze loo nto eso sicelo. Sizawuchubeka ke kwangoku.
And if we can take it to 420 and then stop us still there so that we can reorient ourselves. It looks like my attempts to save time have wasted time. This is the point at which the radio communications start becoming intelligible, and I wonder if we can have those translated as they come across.
Uthi kulapha kuzawuqala khona intetho ke le ndiza kuthi xa ndiyiva ndinixelela ukuba kuthiwani phaya. Apha uxela ukuba makahambe straight, lushayeli helicopter makahambe straight, alandele loo ndlela, alandele inyala ezibonakala phaya. The one at the back, go
straight. We've been instructed that the direction from above is the voice of Colonel Vermaak, that Colonel Vermaak was issuing these directions.
Siva ke kuthiwa luthetha phaya nguColonel Vermaak lokhipha le miyalelo. Power line and just go straight. Follow that road, yes. Follow that road towards Senyalas
chopper, I'm bringing the water cannon around to the other side. Chopper, water cannon got...
Apha uvakala thetha no Papa 1 okokuba le water cannon ephaya phansi mayenze ntoni.
Papa 1, chopper, I'm bringing the water cannon around to the other side. Chopper, water cannon got the radio now. You can talk to him now. Thank you. That water cannon I'm talking with is approaching task force vehicle. Turn left there, turn left.
Apha uthi maka jike ajikele ngasekunxele turn left.
If we can just orient ourselves on this picture, Mr. Wesley, I'm hoping you can help us in this regard. Can you point out scene 2?
Phaya latha khona ngalento kulapho kwenzeka khona isehlakalo esisesibili.
Can you point out the line of retreating protesters from the copy 2 to scene 2?
Apha uzo.
This is scene 2. There is a line of protesters retreating to just at this stage in front of where the fires have been lit.
Apho ebolatha khona uthi kulapho kwakukho abaqhankqalazi babehlehla umva besiya kwelicala njengoba ikhomba lanto.
At a later stage on the video, we'll see one of the water cannons come through to disperse that line.
Kuzawuthi ke kumfanekiso olandelayo sibone icannon yamanzi water cannon izokuhlukanisa aba bantu.
If we can continue. Possibly to orient everyone, Mr. Wesley, if you can just circle the large copy, copy 1.
Apho akhomba khona kulondawo apho kwenzakala khona isehlakalo sokuqala kwikopi lenkulu.
That's the large copy. In front of the large copy is copy 2, and retreating back from copy 2 is the line of protesters.
Phambi kwayo ke ile kopi yesibini encinci. Ngoku aba baqhankqalazi basuka kule kopi yesibini bahlehla umva baya kule inkulu.
If we can roll forward.
Go forward. That's the Yala and the Casper. Papa 7 and I think 16. Give protection to the water cannon, please. Okay.
Baxela ukuba makuyiwe phambili kuzame ukukhusela i-water cannon le yesibini.
Wesley's just pointing out that line of protesters again.
Apha kukhona aba bantu ke abaqhankqalazi kulaa ndawo apho kolathwa khona.
That is scene 1, the small kraal at scene 1.
Apho kwenzeka khona isehlakalo esokuqala ngasebuhlanti obubuncinci.
The northern edge of scene 2, of the copy at scene 2.
Uthi kungasemntla xa ujonge kwikopi le sithetha ngayo.
Okay, Papa 1, the people is now moving out of the copy. They are moving out of the copy.
Ukuhlalela uPapa 1 ngokuba abantu bayaphuma ngoku ekopini uphinde kabili bayaphuma ngoku phaya kwikopi.
Water cannon, come forward.
Ukuhlalela i-water cannon ukuba mayisondele ize phambili.
Engage on that.
Mr. Wesley, if you can just point out where the water cannon is shooting at the protesters.
Apha ke kuboniswa apho I-water cannon ibabetha ngamanzi ababantu baqhankqalazayo.
Is it possible to zoom in at that point?
Cela ukuba makakhulise lo mfanekiso. Siyaphaya kulandawo olatha kuyo.
And we'll see that blue dye patch on the ground at that point, then from this point onwards in the day.
Lumbala ulhlaza phaya uzawuthi emva kwexesha uveze kokuba yintoni.
And if we can, this is quite a good orientation picture. Again, if we can identify scene 2, or where scene 2 will take place.
Apho abonisa khona kula kuzokwenzeka khona isehlakalo esesibini.
The copy 1,
Ikopi lencinci khonjwa phaya.
a little copy 2,
Le esibini ikopi 2 ilapho asibonisa khona ngoku.
the retreating line of protesters,
Aba baqhankqalazi xa bebuya umva bahamba besiya kweliya cala.
and the dispersal line of Nyalas that's now breaking up.
Inyala eze zaziye phaya ukohlukanisa aba bantu zikulaa ndawo.
If we can roll the video now.
Uthi phaya ke makuyiwe kushenqele ngapha kwesesinxele isandla.
It was quite an important piece of communication that, so if we can rewind it and replay it, I think.
Uthi kulo ipilot lo
Mr. Shaskuson, can you perhaps tell us what you think is being said, and possibly, if there's any dispute about it, someone can listen carefully to the recording and prepare a transcript for us, which hopefully can be agreed by all the parties. Because if it's such an important, I must confess I couldn't understand it very clearly at all. If it's so important, it's necessary, I should imagine, for the ipsissima verba, as it were, to be the subject of agreement.
The passage is at 7 minutes, 10 seconds into the video, and I hear no need for, and it's indistinct, but I think it's firearms now, unless the target engage you. No need to shoot while they are running, unless the target engages you.
if that could be repeated, Mr. Chairperson. It's clear. Uthi akunasidingo sokuba kusebenziswe imipu ngoku ngaphandle kokuthi abasijongene nabo banihlasela nina.
Come forward. Another copy here at the back now. You have to come forward. Western Yarlis, assisting you. Next line, come forward. Give protection to the top. That's right, Casper. Come forward and give protection to that water cannon. Let's engage the copy in front of you.
Apa ubethi baye ngahle esandleni sokudla uthi go to the right, qhubekani niya ngapho. Uthi okay, they are going through, bayagqitha ngoku.
If I might point out, the operation hasn't yet reached scene 2.
Uthi apa kwafikwa phaya kwenzakala khona isihlakalo esisesibini.
Mr. Wesley, can you just mark scene 2? At this stage, you're marking the Nyalas. If we can roll the video. If I understand correctly, the helicopter that we see circling, Mr. Wesley, can you mark it? That is the helicopter from which Colonel Vermaak is directing proceedings.
The helicopter ayibonisa phaya ile umhlekazi uFermaak akuyona apho kukhushwa khona lemiyalelo.
I don't want to put that as a fact. It's what I understand. But it does give one a sense of perspective of how high this helicopter is relative to the helicopter that's capable of directing proceedings. If we can zoom in a little closer. And if we see now the water cannons have split, there is a water cannon that's starting to fire blue dye from the north end of the Kopi.
Uthi water cannons ehlukene ngokukhona nansi likhipha amanzi nombala oluhlaza.
And there is one to the south of the Kopi that's being escorted by a Casper.
Khona enye encedisana nale engale kwelinye icala.
If we can roll forward. If we can go back ever so slightly to the point at which both water cannons are shooting, there will be a blue dye from the north and white on the south.
Xa singaphinde umva kancinci awubona i-water cannons zombini zibetha amanzi phaya kukho lo mbala oluhlaza phaya idye.
This is an important point for synchronizing photographic sequences with videos, because there are several sets of photographs which have this image, or two which have this image, which can then be matched to the time sequence of this video. Each set of photographs in each video has its own camera clock, which is not synchronized, but this is one way of synchronizing them.
Uthinto inceda lento ngoba apha zivele khona ezi zimbini kukhona imfanekiso eminye eyavela ezawufana nale ekhombisa okokuba ezi zinto zathatha ngexesha li.
now. Turn left and go up in the Kopiji. You can go with Nyala.
Unikeza ngoku umyalelo yokuba ngoku naba bantu baphuma inyala ezakwazi ukuba zihambe ngoku uthi linyala mayingene phaya kwikopi.
Can you maybe that Nyala in front of the water cannon? If they can move in, the people are right now there in the middle of that copy.
Ubebuzo kokuba apha bazawukhona na ukuba ezinye izimoto inyala zingene phambi kwezezinye xa kungenwa phaya entabeni.
Again, that's an important piece of communications if we can replay it.
Can you maybe that Nyala in front of the water cannon? If they can move in, the people are right now there in the middle of that copy.
Apho uxela ukuba mabangene phakathi ngoba kukho abantu abazimele phaya phakathi kule kopi. Uthi inyala zingene phambi kwe-cannons ezamanzi.
Come on, turn left, Papa, come forward, please. All right, guys, you have got them in the middle.
Apha ke njengoba benimve khwaza ubesithi mabeza ngokushesha usethi ngoku hayi nibafumene ngoku.
They're going to break through. They're going to try to break through.
Uthi apha bazawuzama okokuba baqhusha bagqithe phakathi kwenu.
Brigadier, can we deploy the canters to help you? Chopper. We made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 arrests. Good days and members. Chopper. Two bodies. You at the back of the second copy. 2 bodies.
Again, if we can repeat that, I don't know if everybody heard that. Could I repeat it? Jock chopper, 2 bodies at the back of the second copy, 2 bodies. And the time is 12:10 on the tape. That's running time, not real time.
The second copy, 2 bodies. Someone open the vehicles in the small copy. There's several people in the small copy, hiding in the small copy. Yeah, that's where I tried to take the Nyalas in, Brigadier. But I'm not very successful with it. Papa 7, go straight. Papa 7, go straight. Water cannon, go with Papa 7 on your right-hand side. Water cannon, go forward. Water cannon, go forward.
Uye wathetha apha ngemzimba emibini emva kwalentaba wabesethi upapa 7 makaqhubeke aye phambili.
There's a group hiding in the middle there. Water cannon forward.
Again, there was something you said about the body, if it could be repeated.
your right-hand side. Water cannon, go forward! Water cannon, go forward! Step right, there's a group hiding in the middle there.
Kuthiwa i-water cannon mayiqhubeke iye phambili. I'm not very sure whether it's speaking of a body or something.
I don't think they're speaking of a body. My note is there's a group hiding in the middle there.
Water cannon, go with Papa 7 on your right-hand side. Water cannon, go forward! Water cannon, go forward! Step right, there's a group hiding in the middle there. Water cannon, forward!
Uthi le water cannon mayiye phambili kukho abantu igroup uthi group ezimele phaya.
Go forward, I see, go forward. No, to your left, go. The water cannon and Pinyala. Go straight, go to your right, man. There's another thing that you can drive in.
Maybe if we can zoom in to see what is causing consternation to Colonel Vermaak.
Njengoba nevukanel Vermaak phaya uthi kulona sukujikela kwalokuqala kwindlela ongahamba ngayo phaya.
We think Colonel Vermaak is trying to direct the water cannon into the heart of the Kopi without success.
Uzama apa ukuba ingene phaya kwikopi kodwa ke akaphumeleli njengoba emxela ukuba kwindlela ongahamba ngayo engenayo.
I'm saying the one is with Papa 7. You're driving into the bush now. Yes, go past Pinyala. Go straight now. Shoot again, target.
Again, that's an important piece of communication. My note is they're coming out in the small copy. They're coming out and moving towards the substation. Mr. Wesley, can you mark the substation?
Wesley ukhomba i-substation lekuthethwa ngayo phaya. Kunikeza umyalelo kuPapa 7 okokuba bazungeziwe ngoku ababantu uthi bangabotshwa ngoku.
Again, just to repeat, your Papa 1, if that water cannon can wait, the people, they are encircled, you can make arrests now there.
Le nto bendiyithetha ke ngoku.
Okay, water cannon, hold back, that guys, get out of the yellow, under protection, get out there, engage. Get out there, engage, don't take over the task force.
Sorry, if we could rewind that exchange again.
You can make a race now, there.
Okay, water cannons, hold back, that guys, get out of the yellow, under protection, get out there, engage.
My note is, okay, water cannons, hold back there. Guys, get out of the nyalas as a protection, get out there, engage. Those vehicles of the task force will come next.
Usho kanjalo uthi mabaphumeke ngoku kwinyala bavikelekile bakhuselekile mabaphume bayokungena apha kulaba ababoshwayo.
Get out there and engage. Don't take around the task force. Okay, I still don't see any canters. Chopper, can you just check in that the canters stop moving? Charlie 2, to come down. The canters, can we get them please? Chopper here, just underneath you, I've got 3 canters right here behind me. Okay, go straight in.
That exchange related to the movement of the canters, with Colonel Vermaak saying, okay, go straight in, once he was informed that he had canters underneath him. The canters are soft vehicles which are there for the purposes of making arrests.
Uthetha ngokuthi kwasekukho ezinye inqwela ezezincinci ngoku ezaziye phaya ngenjongo yokuba kuthathwe ababoshiwe.
We're now 14 minutes and 55 seconds into the running time of this video.
Okay, live fire, right, that canter turn right there, go straight, turn right. That canter turn right there.
Mr. Chairperson, from this point on, the communications become quite indistinct. I wonder if we can... I have fragmentary notes for the next 3 minutes, but maybe we should play through anyway, because other people may hear things that I don't.
Uthi kusuka apha isavakali kakuhle ivideo kodwa ke izawudlalwa ichubeke imizuzu emithathu mhlawumbe kukho abantu abazawuva bhetele kunaye.
This dialogue, which comes 17 minutes and 12 seconds into the tape, into the videos, as on my note, is dialogue that we can pick up on Colonel Ryland's cell phone. It's right at the start of the very first cell phone video of Colonel Ryland's, which on his cell phone clock is at 4:13:18. This line, go to your left, 2 canters, go to your left.
Which lentetho ivakala kakuhle kwi-cellphone ka-Rylands apho ayivakali kakuhle apha uthi mabaye ngasekunxele ezimoto ezimbili iikhenta ezimbili.
So Colonel Rylands' videos start a full 17 minutes into this video. Mr. Chairperson, I do not have anything else of value to point out on this video from this point in, and there isn't much radio communication that remains audible. Maybe if we could zoom in and just orient ourselves one last time to see where the operation is at this stage, and then move to the next video.
Yes, I suggest we do that.
Engavezwa apha uzawukhombisa nje okokuba sikuphi ngoku.
If we can start again with the small kraal at scene 1.
Phaya kusebuhlanti apho cani kwale ndawo kwenzeka khona isehlakalo esisokuqala.
The blue dye stain where the water cannon sprayed at the protesters retreating from scene 1.
Lumbala oluhlaza phaya icannon yamanzi libekhipha lo mbala oluhlaza ukuhlakaza esiya sixuku besiphaya.
And then if we can zoom in on scene 2.
Esesiya phaya kwisehlakalo esisesibini.
Unfortunately, the resolution isn't good enough for us to point out much detail. There are, however, photographs which have better resolution than this still, and it may be more useful to refer to those photographs.
Apha kubonakalisi into noko kukho imifanekiso eyathathwa ezawuveza ebonaka bekwenzeka ntoni phaya.
If I can simply point out that the water cannon has finally got to where Colonel Vermaak was directing it, it's in the copy.
Kweli xesha i-water cannon le beyiloku ilayelwa nguColonel Vermaak isingenile ngokuphaya kwikopi.
We'll use better quality photographs to point out the location of where people's bodies were found.
Kuzawuthi ke emva kwexesha kubonakale kwimifanekiso eyathathwa kufuphi imizimba apho ibikadilele khona.
If we can move then to the next video, or the next series of clips, which are a series of clips taken from another aerial, or another series of aerial clips taken from a different helicopter.
Sizawuya ngoku kwimfanekiso ethethwe kwenye yezi helicopter bezibaba phaya.
These are Captain Nell's videos. Captain Nell was the third person in Colonel Botha's helicopter, in the back row of Colonel Botha's helicopter. The occupants of that helicopter were the pilot, Captain Oosthuizen, his assistant, Sergeant Venter, in the 2 front seats, and in the back seats were on the left Colonel Botha, in the middle Brigadier Fritz, and on the right-hand side, Captain Nell of Crime Intelligence. There
Apha
are,
ubala abantu abahlanu bebakule helicopter behlezi ngayondlela kuthi phakathi kwaba ababehleli ngasemva kube ngubrigadier Fritz ehleli naba abanye bebencedisana naye.
Captain Nell's video camera didn't have an accurate clock. It recorded its start time at 11:55. Our estimate is the start time is approximately 4 o'clock.
Lika Nell ke ikhombisa ixesha elingelilo phaya ithi ya start phaya ko11 kodwa ngokwazi kwethu ke bekuphaya ko4 xa kuthathwa lemfanekiso.
He took 13 clips at various times in his flight. We will introduce each flight by indicating how long after takeoff this clip is taken. If we can start then with
Sizawukhombisa ke lemfanekiso yakhe ngokulandelana kwayo kuthi apha ekuqaleni ikhombiso kokuba ithethwe ngexesha lini.
CC23.
Nanku 23.
We show that clip because it showed, in fact, 2 coin security helicopters that were at the helicopter base.
Apha sibonisa lo mfanekiso ukubonisa ukuba kwakho ihelicopter ezimbini zakwa Coin Security ezasuka kulandawo.
The black and the blue.
Lemnyama nalihlaza kwesibhakabhaka.
Our instructions from COIN are that only one of those helicopters was in the air during the events until the point at which paramedics were called in, when the second helicopter was used to assist bringing paramedics in.
Abakwa-COIN basixela okokuba kwaphakama yaba yinye ihelicopter zabo kwade kwafika ixesha apho kufika khona i-paramedics xa kuzawusetshenziswa le yesibini ukusiza ukuba i-paramedics zikwazi ukufikelela phaya.
If we can run quickly through annexures 24, 5, 6, and 7, one after the other. These are short clips which span a period from takeoff to 4 seconds into the flight, to 4 minutes and 39 seconds into the flight. If we can just quickly rewind that one to orient ourselves again on that clip. That is the Nyala dispersion line, I think, if we can just scroll a bit forward.
Apha kukhonjiswa khona izinqwelo ezipho sezisuka apho.
It's the southern end of the Nyala dispersion line approaching the copy 2 after scene 1.
Inyala ezisuka phaya kwesehlakalo sokuqala zibiya ngokuphaya apho kwenzeke khona isehlakalo sesibini.
That's the whole Nyala dispersion line. And that is the stream of protesters retreating from scene 1 in the direction of scene 2.
Apha ke kusukeni kwaba bantu babechankcalaza kwisehlakalo sokuqala besiya phaya apho kwenzeke khona esesibini.
We can just run through the rest of that and on to the next. And on to 28. Small copy in scene 2 in the foreground. We were. Play the video. Let's move to the next. There is a shot. One can see the movement of the protesters towards scene 2 from scene 1 there, but we can move to the next. And if I can ask that this be stopped 28 seconds in. That is Captain Venter motioning to the TRT line to the southwest of scene 2.
Apha ke kubonakala Captain Venter ethetha naba be TRT amapolisa lawa anxiba iberet.
Sergeant Venter, I apologize.
Uthi Captain uSajen Venter.
That video is 8 minutes after, between 8 minutes and 8:50. It runs from 8 minutes to 8, from 8:11 to 8:52 after takeoff. So the instruction to the TRT line from Captain Venter was in that time period.
Uthi miyalelo laka Venter Sergeant ethetha naba be TRT abaphakathi kwalawo maxesha 8:11 8:52.
If we can run quickly through the next 2 videos. We are now, by the end of that short clip, we are now 9.5 minutes after takeoff. If we can run the next video and stop that video 28 seconds in.
Ubala ixesha oko zisuke phansi ezi helicopters kuya phezulu.
If we scroll a little bit forward, we'll see Sergeant Fent has a stun grenade in her right hand.
Xa sichubeka kancinci nje sawubona uSergeant Venter ephethe i-stun grenade esiphethe ngesandla.
If we stop again around 54 seconds, we'll be able to orient ourselves relative to scene 2. So can we roll forward to 54 seconds? Possibly scroll a few frames forward, and Mr. Wesley, if you can identify scene 2 for us.
Ngapha usibonisa indawo apho kwenzeka khona SSB.
This helicopter is to the west of scene 2. I don't want to estimate the distance, but what Mr. Wesley is circling is scene 2.
Li helicopter ingapha ngasentshona xa ujonga isehlakalo esisesibini apho le ndawo ayibonisayo ngoku.
An earlier point that I wanted to make was there was a second stun grenade on the seat next to Sergeant Venter. I'm not sure if people need that replayed.
Uthi phaya ecani kwaSergeant Venter njengoba ehleli phaya kathi helicopter kukho i-stun grenade sesibini phaya.
If we can then scroll forward. If we can move to the next, if I can give a time on that video. That video starts at 12:08 after takeoff and ends at 14:34 after takeoff. If we can move to the next video, which
ubethetha ngexesha esuke ngayo phansi le helicopter
Which
nokuba
starts-
ibe ixesha elingakanani phaa phezulu.
Starts at 15:49 after takeoff and ends at 16:18 after takeoff.
Isuka ngelo xesha izawuphinda ihlale phaa emva kwa-4.
And if I can ask for the video to be stopped at around about 24 seconds in.
Uzawuthi idlale 24 seconds ibe seyiyamiswa kwinto afuna ukusibonisa yona apho.
If one looks in Sergeant Fenter's right hand, there is another stun grenade in that hand.
Xa ujonga isandla sakhe phaya usayijeni uphethe esinye i-stun grenade.
If we can run through to the end of the video. And then if we can quickly run through the last two in this series, which are there to time the landing of this helicopter.
Mfaneko solandelayo kukubuya kwayo phansi le helicopter.
Beg your pardon. If we can go back to that video and just freeze it early on at the scene of scene 2. And if we can zoom in. This scene of scene 2 is approximately 20 minutes after that vehicle took off, after that helicopter took off.
Apha ke sehlakalo sesibini emva kokuba isiphakeme le helicopter.
Mr. Wesley's pointing out the water cannon again.
Apha kuboniswa i-cannon le yamanzi.
2 nyalas next to it.
Inyala ezimbili ecani kwayo.
That appears to me not to be an armored vehicle, but I wouldn't want to commit. Maybe if we can scroll out a little bit to see the arrangement of the police vehicles at this point.
Xa siqhubeka ke sawubona ukuba zazimi ngolu hlobo olunjani inqwela zamapolisa.
The blue dye area that we see is on the northern side of scene 2, so that's north. Mr. Wesley, if you can mark the west. That's where the TRT line will have come up from the southwest under Captain Kidd, I think.
Apho kwavela khona la mapolisa e-TRT avela kweli yaqala ngasemntla esize ezantsi.
If we can then quickly move to the last video, which times the landing of that helicopter. And
Xa siza kwivideo lokugqibela ke xa sibuya phansi i-helicopter.
that shot of the helicopter landing was 45 minutes and 18 seconds after takeoff. That was the length of the helicopter flight.
Yathatha imizuzu engamashumi amane nanhlanu nemizuzwana engu-18 suka phansi yade yabuya yahlala phansi.
Mr. Chairperson, we're moving now to footage of scene 1, and certainly the first clip that we show is going to be of a distressing nature. It's to it's to indicate that at the time that the shooting took place at scene 1, water cannons were spraying into the line of protesters, which is important for marking developments in relation to other videos which are taken from a further distance.
Uchaza kokuba imfanekiso ezawuveza ngoku inezinto ezithize noko ezihlasimulisa umzimba.
We've issued this warning before. Those in the auditorium who are family members of persons who died at scene 1 may find what is going to be shown on the screen will cause them a great deal of distress and grief. And therefore, I ask those responsible for showing the videos to wait for a minute to enable those who wish to do so to leave the auditorium.
Umgcini sihlalo ucela ukuba bangayidlali ngoku le video bake basinike nje imizuzwana kuzokwazi ukuthi izalamani izihlobo zalaba bantu abazawuveza apha kwisehlakalo esesenzeka ukucala imifanekiso engahle ibavisa ubuhlungu banikwe ithuba lokuba bake bathi ukuphumela phandle kancinci. Possibly the names maybe could be mentioned.
For most of the rest of this footage, with some exceptions, we are going to be looking at footage relating to the deaths on the 16th. And it seems to me that any family member on the 16th who would not want to see that footage should not be watching from this point on.
Uchaza ngokuba lo mfanekiso ozawuvela apha ngaba abantu abasoleka ngomhla ka-16 sithetha kokuba ifamily ezabo bantu xa zingafuna ukubona ezinto ezingemandi noko zithe ukuthi shenxe kancinci ka Sesotho mona re bua ka batho ba ba hlokafetseng ka di-16 ha ile gore ona le di-family tsa batho bona ntho tsena tse utswang bohloko ba go tswela ka montle sebakanyana.
If we can just rewind to the start of that video, which is a video which is on the SAPS hard drive /videos 2012-08-16 sideview.mp4, which is a view from the eastern side. We will see water cannon spray coming through just at the point at which the shooting starts.
Xa sijonga lo mfanekiso ke kukho ii-water cannons ezibetha amanzi ukuvela apha ngasempuma kuthi ngelo xesha kubethe ezo water cannons kube sekubakho okudubula.
That's the only purpose for which we wanted to show that video. If we can move then to the next video, where we will use the end of water cannon spraying as a point to mark when the shooting takes place. But before, sorry, the next video is the footage from the Roland headgear of scene 1. I understand that the orientation video that we wanted right at the beginning has now been sorted out, and if we can briefly go to that in advance of Roland headgear, because it's the same camera, but the shots from early in the morning enable us to position ourselves with more accuracy. So if we can go back to what was, or what is Annexure CC4, which is SAPS hard drive /videos /2012-08-16, 1608-2012 camera 241. And this is footage taken from the camera 241 that was on that aerial photograph that we saw at the start of today. This footage is taken in the morning. The first 2 minutes of the footage describe the SAPS or depict the SAPS deployment on the day. The clip that we're showing starts at 10:43:55 on the
Lumfanekiso zawuvela uthethe kusasa ngo-10:45:53 ubonisa okokuba amapolisa abemi ngoluphi uhlobo ngelo xesha.
That's on the running clock on the CCTV camera, which we believe is approximately 15 minutes fast.
Le mfanekiso yathathwa ila camera ebizwa ngokuba i-CCTV yaphaya emsebenzini.
If we can run the first two minutes of this video.
Sawukhombisa imizuzu emibini yale video.
And this is the deployment of the SAPS on the morning of the 16th.
Amapolisa bemi ngolu hlobo ke kwakusasa. Mr. Wesley, for orientation later, if you can point out copy 1 and little copy 2 on this shot. Uzakusikhombisa phaya uWesley intaba lencinci nale yesibini.
That's the edge of copy 1.
Apha kusegqibeleni kwaleyo kuqala.
On the left of our screen.
Apha ngahlwebunxele.
Small copy 2 is what is being pointed out now.
Phaya ke ku copy le yesibini.
If we can then run it through until 2 minutes 15 seconds. If we can then scroll forward to approximately 7 minutes and 15 seconds into this clip. And play 1 or 2 seconds further. Sorry, you missed my call to stop. It's about 3 seconds, 4 seconds ago. Mr. Wesley, will you point out what you describe as the rugby poles?
Uthi phaya kukho amapali we rugby.
Those two poles mark a line from the camera. The line from the camera through those poles is essentially to the entrance of kraal 2, of the small kraal, where scene 1 takes place.
Xa ujonge phaya kulamapala rugby, ujonge phambili phaya ujonge ngase kwindawo apho xa ungena apha ngasebuhlanti.
If you'll just mark then highlight the pole to the left, not the left rugby pole, the one to the left of the rugby poles. The line on that pole takes you to the left edge of small kraal, which is where Nyala 4 ended up.
Apho ke kula kwagqibela khona inyala leyesibili xa usuka kweli pali ujonge phambili phaya ngasebuhlanti.
And if you can circle the whole of the small kraal,
Lindawo elathayo phaya ubuhlanti obu kuthiwa bobuncinci.
and if you can mark the hut to the right of the small kraal,
Kukho indlu apho ityotyombe lingapha kwesisandla sokutya.
and the rocks to the right of the hut,
Khona ke lamatye phaya amakhulu xa ugqitha phaya ngakule ndlu.
and if you take a line through those rocks, you will reach an electricity pylon that will be glowing by the time we reach scene 1.
Xa ujonga apho phakathi kwamatye nobuhlanti kukho ipali elide eli electric legesi.
Those markers are very helpful as orientation for when we come to see the footage to which we'll now move.
Ezi zinto sithetha ngazo ngoku zizawubona ukubaleka kwazo xa sifika kumfanekiso elandelayo sizawuthetha ngayo.
That footage is from the same camera. It's the footage of scene 1 from that camera. And it will be Annexure CC37. It is to be found on the SAPS hard drive /videos /2012-08-16, 1608-2012 Roland headgear. Our clip starts at 16:08:35, 4:08:35 on that running clock. As I said earlier, we estimate that running clock is approximately 15 minutes fast.
Ukutsho kokuba yathathwa ngeyiphi ikhamera ifumanwa phi xa beyifuna noma echaza kokuba ixesha elibhalwe lapho elabo liphume ngemzuzu engaba 15 kwixesha bekulilo.
And Mr. Wesley, if we could stop at this point, and if you could mark what we understand to be Nyala 4. And if you can just mark its chain trailer, its barbed wire trailer.
Apha ke inyala leyesine ibikade ihuqa itrailer ene wire le yokunqanda.
If we roll forward, we will see Nyala 3, or what we understand to be Nyala 3, coming up to Nyala 4.
Xa ujonga phaya ubona le yesithathu ke inyala isiza kule yesine.
We now see Nyala 3 and Nyala 4 move off together.
Sizibona ngoku ezibo ezinyala zisuka zombini phaya.
And if we look at the trailer in Nyala 3, we see that it is far less full than that in Nyala 4 because it has already deployed its barbed wire.
Xa sijonga le enye inyala iyabonakala okokuba isalayishanga njengale enye ngoba isihlisile eyayo iwire.
If we can move forward. At this point, Nyala 4 stops with Nyala 3 behind it, and people appear to come out to inspect Nyala 4's barbed wire trailer.
Ampa iema ihipole yesine kukho abantu abaphumayo phaya baphuma baya ngasemva baya ujongisisa iwire le iza nayo le hipo.
Nyala 4 will then reverse slightly to close up the gap with Nyala 3.
Bese ibuya umva ke le ukuvala esisikhewu besiphakathi kwayo nalenye yesithathu.
I'd ask people to time the period in which these two Nyalas are static.
Ndienda bacela ukuba basibekele ixesha lokuba lixesha lini apho kume khona ezinyala zimbini phaya.
Nyala 4 has started to move off now.
Sukile ngoku le yesine.
But having moved slightly forward, it stops again.
Ithe ahamba ishiya phambili yaphinde yema futhi.
In approximately 30 seconds, it will move forward properly.
Kuzawuthi kumzuzwana elandelayo engu-30 phinde ishone phambili.
It's starting to move now.
Nanso ke yasuka ngoku.
Let's scroll the video forward. What we were going to point out was what we understand to be the STF vehicle moving at high speed.
Masiye phambili besicinga ukuba kuzawuvela le nqwela ye-special task force ibisiza phambili.
The vehicles are moving in the direction of the small kraal.
Ezinqwela zizijongile ziya phaya ku ntajana lencinci.
And when the rugby posts come into view again, if we can just freeze.
Kuzawuthi xa kuvela amapali lawa we-rugby sithi ukuma kancinci.
So we now have our orientation on the small kraal.
Apha ke isikhombisa ubuhlanti obu buncinci.
That's the middle of the small kraal. Mr. Wesley, if you can point the left of the small kraal.
Phaya kuphakathi ubuhlanti obuncinci u-left uzosikhombisa apha ngasesandleni sobunxele apha ebuhlanti.
If we can scroll forward. That's the right-hand side.
Ngasesandleni sokuya sobunhlanti.
That is the first tear gas that we see on this film. And this will be approximately 20 seconds to 30 seconds before the shooting takes place.
Apha ke sibona kudutshula i-tear gas yokuqala i-tear gas imizuzwana nje emga phambi kokuba kubekho ukudutshula.
If I might qualify the observation that I just made, we've seen a fair amount of dust from vehicles moving at high speed, but our view is that this is the first tear gas or stun grenade that we see. In our view, this is tear gas. Stun grenades will follow shortly.
Phanga phambili kuye kwabakho uthuli belenziwa zimoto ezibezisuka apha ngokushesha. I-tear gas yokuqala siyibona le kuzawuthi emva koko kuvele i-stun grenades.
Those are the two stun grenades.
Ezimbili zivele pha ezimbili zi-stun grenades ezagibiselwa apho.
That is the first water cannon spraying that we see on this video as well.
Phaya ngase nxele.
And we can
Lapho kwabethwa khona i-cannon le yamanzi.
Mr. Wesley's pointing out the police line.
Khombisa phaya Wesley amapolisa apho bemi khona.
And if, Mr. Wesley, can you just point again to the entrance to the small kraal?
Apha zokhombisa khona ke kungase kungeneni apha ebuhlanti obomncinci.
If we can scroll forward. We understand the shooting to have taken place at the point at which that water cannon spray stopped being visible.
Siva kuthiwa ke kwadujula emveni nje kokuba i-water cannon lena niyibone ikhupha amanzi phaya.
And we can now see vehicles moving north of the Kopi.
Sibona izinqwelo ngoku zijikela apha ngasemntla kwintajana.
If we can move then to the FLIR camera, and I'm hoping that we can get through this clip before the 1 o'clock break, Mr. Chairperson.
Asingaqhubekela kule landelayo sithemba ukuba
It
sawugqiba
won't be a problem, but
ngakabethu
it won't
1.
go beyond 1:15, whatever happens.
This is the file in the SAPS hard drive directory /videos /2010-08-16 /1608-2012.
Ngumfanekiso ovele apho echaza khona nansi kumboniso wamapolisa we-SAPS.
And the file name is 1608-2012-FLIR camera. This, we are informed, is the only footage that was visible from within the JOC. So we show this video for two reasons. The one is to see what it depicts, but the second is to see what it depicts having regard to this is what the command structure in the JOC was able to see on the day.
Sizawubonisa lo mfanekiso kokuba aba baphaya i-JOC babekwazi ukubona ntoni nokuthi aba bebaphethe bakwazi na ukuyibona into eyenzakala phaya.
We started from 15:54:59 on the running clock. And this is what members in the JOC would have seen.
Xesha ngu-15:54, 59 seconds bakwazi ukubona lento ke aba base Joint Operation Center.
If we can stop the tape. Mr. Wesley, will you mark the water cannon that is moving up from the rear area towards where the engagement will take place?
Uza kusikhombisa uWesley apha iwater cannon apha yasuka khona iyaphaya kwenzakala khona isehlakalo.
That's at 15:58:16 on the running clock of this video.
Ixesha ngelo kwakungu 15:58 imizuzwana engu 16.
If we can stop there. This is apparently, we're informed by the water cannon operators, the operators of the Johannesburg water cannon, if we can indicate that.
Apha iwater cannon le ibiqhamuka kwelase Johannesburg njengoba sisiva.
Inadvertently spraying their colleagues in the Northwest water cannon.
Ibetha phezu kwenye yogqabawo iwater cannon yayimikwe liyaqa.
But if we can roll forward, the water cannons are going to engage at this point.
Xa sijonga ke ziyawusebenza ngokwi-water cannons ezi.
The point we're interested in is when the Northwest water cannon starts shooting.
Lingale xa iqala ukudubula iyona sijonge kuyo kanye.
Which is now, and which is when we mark the beginning of the water cannon fire, water cannon spray that we saw at the shooting.
Ke kweli xesha xa ibetha amanzi la water cannon kwase kudutshulwa ke ngembumbulu.
If we can roll it forward. By this stage, the shooting has taken place.
Xa igqiba apho ke salibetha imbumbulu.
If we can stop there. That is the Johannesburg water cannon driving into a tree, we think. It's a point that can be used to synchronize this video with other videos.
Apha ke le water cannon yase Johannesburg yaze yahamba yafika phaya ngasemthini.
If you can just run back 2 seconds and illustrate. Mr. Wesley's marking the Johannesburg water cannon.
Usikhombisa apha ke Wesley I cannon le yamanzi yase Johannesburg.
whether it collides with something or just breaks sharply, it is a point that you can pick up on other videos to marry these two.
Point yahamba khona yafika yatshayisa phaya phambili kuyawubonakala kodwa lo mfanekiso kwezinye iividiyo zilandelayo.
And that is all we would want to show from this video.
Sigqibela apha ke kule video lena.
This is an appropriate stage for us to take the lunch, Chairman.
It would be, Mr. Chairperson.
Commission will adjourn for lunch.
Sizawuphuma ke lixesha lokutya ngoku sibuye. Lo makulu DJ yana kombisa wena lo mchini yana job man. Singasukuma.
The Commission will resume. I understand that the video, the portion of the video that we still have to see, or the videos we still have to see, will take something over an hour. Is that correct, Mr. Chaskerson?
It may be slightly less than an hour, but not much less than an hour.
Well, of course, we've lost some time now because we were hoping that the air conditioning would be fixed by the time we start. We deliberately delayed coming in to ensure that would happen, and it hasn't. In the circumstances, what I'm suggesting is that when the video material is over and we've seen it, we should then take the adjournment rather than starting a witness and not finishing him. So I'm mentioning that now, so those who appreciate having that kind of information in advance have now got it. Mr. Chaskerson?
Kuthiwa sizawuphuma xa sigqiba ngale video lena ngoba kufanele kube khona abantu abazogqibelezela ukulungisa i-air conditions yatsha apha.
Mr. Chairperson, the next set of videos that we will be showing are videos from the cell phone of Sergeant Mkhatsi, who was a TRT member who was part of the line coming up from the southwest of Scene 2. The first annexure of Sergeant Mkhatsi is annexure CC39. That, in fact, is simply footage of a prayer meeting of the TRT before they moved off. We don't need to show it here. But if we can start then with...
Given the directory address.
My apologies. It is... I want to check that I have the correct... It's in the material that was distributed on the 15th of November. In the directory, I suspect the directory name has changed since it was written here. But / new material from SAPS for distribution 12/11/15 / SAPS 2 Marikana videos. It may be that that what was distributed was all of the contents of this of this directory were taken up to a level higher. So /SAPS 2 Marikana videos, /Sergeant Norman Mklatsi. And the clips that we will be asking to become annexures 39 to 51 are the entire contents of that directory, with the exception of the file IMG 0354, which is a couple of seconds of video footage of a helicopter in the sky.
Sizawukhombisa ifoto ezathathwa ngecamera nguSayijeni uMhlathi wamapolisa lawo we-TRT. Kuzothi ke phakathi kwemfanekiso yakhe kube khona omnye owathathwa ngabanye kwi-helicopter.
So if we could start then showing annexures CC 40 and 41 in succession. There is no timestamp on these videos and there is no sound. So all that we have is the visuals.
Akukho ntetho ekhona kwezi video bonisa nje imfanekiso kuphela. Awanalo nexesha okubathatha ngexesha li.
And these are visuals of the line forming up from the southwest.
I take it the lights are going to be turned out, so difficult to see the screen properly with the lights on.
Mr. Chairperson, we seem to be resorting to self-help.
There are people who've come back into the auditorium after lunch who left it at an earlier stage before we took the lunch adjournment, and whether there's anything on the videos we are now going to be shown in respect of which a warning should be given.
Very definitely, Mr. Chairperson. Very early in the footage of Sergeant Mklatsi, there are images which would be distressing to family members of any people who died at scene 2.
Uchaza kokokuba kule mfanekiso ezawuvela apha nje apha ngasekucaleni kukho imifanekiso engemhle. Masiyalele futhi okokuba xa kukho iifamili zaba bantu abaswelakala kwisihlekalo sesibini abangayithandi ukuyibona leyo mfanekiso yezizalwane zabo xa bangaphumela phandle.
Sorry, Mr. Chairperson. I'm afraid I'm not hearing you without your microphone.
No, sorry, I got the impression that Mr. Wesley was trying to attract your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. That would be the TRT line forming up to the southwest of scene 2.
Labesibabone phaya ngamapolisa lawa ekuthiwa ngewe-TRT, Technical Response Team.
If we can now move to Annexure CC 42 and 43, which is footage from scene 2.
Apha ke zenzakalo ezeka phaya kwisehlakalo sesibini.
That footage was south of scene 2. If we can continue with the next clip.
Mfanekiso olandelayo.
I appear to have, there appears to be a miscommunication between myself
43 flashed past very quickly. Maybe we must go back to it and sort of get our bearings from the beginning of 43.
We're looking for the file called IMG 0356. We're then going to skip to annexures 45 to 49. These contain fairly graphic footage of people injured and dead at scene 2.
Apha ke kwile mfanekiso elandelayo 45 ukuya phambili kukho imifanekiso engemihle noko ezawuvela apha abantu abenzakele nabanye basweleki.
If we can keep running through these clips.
They were taken.
Mr. Shaskerson, Mr. Bezos wants to know whether we have the time when these clips were taken.
Unfortunately, at the moment, we do not have the time. We may be able to establish the time, but on the files that we have at the moment, we have no timestamps and no sound.
Kwifoto ezikhona awavela amaxesha okuba yenzeka ngaxesha lini lento kakucaci kodwa kuyawucaca kweminye ezawulandela.
And those are all of Sergeant Mklatsy's videos, with the exception of one clip which depicts a helicopter in the sky.
Iyo ke mfanekiso ka Sergeant Mahlatsi lo ngaphandle kwale iveza ihelicopter ipapa phezulu.
The next series of clips that we would show as our last series is Captain Ryland's videos. Parts of Captain Ryland's videos, parts of the second of Captain Ryland's video have already been shown. We would like to show it again in its complete form and also to make some observations in relation to that video. We have 5 videos of Captain Ryland's, which will be annexure CC 52 to 56. The first starts at 16:13:18 on Captain Ryland's cell phone clock.
Apha mfanekiso yathathwa uRyland ixesha lithi 16:13 nezimizuzwana engu-18 emva koko.
On the far left, go straight, yes,
I beg your pardon, Mr. Commissioner. I thought I heard the passage, which is the point at which we synchronize the times on this video with the times on the Lonman chopper video, but in fact it comes later.
Okay, the captain's on your 12 o'clock. On your 12 o'clock, keep straight, keep straight. You see the people? Yeah, chopper, please. This water cannon, stop spraying. Please stop spraying. The people are in control. They are sitting down now. Water cannon, stop spraying. Stop spraying. Stop spraying. Okay, water cannon, stop spraying.
Apha kuvakala izwi lothi stop spraying uba mabangayitshali le nto uthi abantu behleli phansi ngoku uyawaphinda futhi uba mayiyeke.
So being gate on foot. Cantus, move faster please, move faster. We see you, just move faster. Don't mind the turns man, move faster.
Uxelela ababekhentha izinqele ezincinci uba mabatshetshe mabasondele mabangene.
Move faster. We see you, just move faster. Don't mind the turns man, move faster. Okay, stop the ball. Go to your left, go to your left.
This is the audio that one hears at 17 minutes and 12 seconds into the Lonman chopper video as well. So that is the point of synchronization. The position in Captain Ryland's video is just after 1 minute and 1 second into this video.
Videos imbini uthi zishiyana nge-1 minute 1 second nalega Captain Ryland.
Two counters. Go to your left. Leave people first. Go to your left. Stop shooting, shoot fire! Okay, you will skip there. Someone can clear because I see the left. This side. On your shoulder, the chopper on your left. It's moving. What are you saying there? No, that guy's calling you. Some other subjects on the ground. Yeah, but leaving. They're going at the campus. They said you must find yourself. That's exact. Left. Side. Hey, that guy is disrupting. What is stupid? You want to say you go with it? Go straight. Exactly. What is wrong? Yeah, they're cutting. They want to surrender help up with us. But they never throw their fingers and they want to come out here. Come out. What's that? Where are you going?
Can you see somebody to go and fix that tanker? What is it? Which tanker? This tanker that is standing still. Turn to your right and go straight. Go around straight. You're getting around straight. Okay, you're coming. Okay, you're on that end. Thank you, thank you. Just go down, go down, go down, go down. Let's go down. Just go down, go down. There's shooting from that side. Hey! They're shooting there. Somebody shooting on that side. Where are you going? Come back and go to space. Where they're running? Hey, don't shoot him, don't shoot him. Listen, Bobby, just to the direction. All people reaching us. Trying to see.
Sorry, there is an important piece of recording there. If we can rewind, it's Captain Rylands himself speaking.
Apha ndizakundivezela intetho kaCaptain Ryland apho bethetha khona uthi masiyiphinde sive kakuhle ukuba uthini.
And he's saying, don't shoot him, don't shoot him.
Hey! They're shooting there. Somebody shooting on that side. Where are you going? Come back and go to space. Where they're running? Hey, don't shoot him, don't shoot him. Listen, Bobby, just
Uthi kukho umuntu odubulayo lapha besethi ungamdubuli ungamdubuli, don't shoot him, ungamdubuli ungamdubuli.
If we can run forward.
the direction. All people reaching us. Trying to see. Please go straight.
If we can then run to the next of the videos.
Blom, almost surrender. Keep an eye on this.
And if I might just ask that it stopped at 42 seconds.
Apha bethi they must surrender kuba fanele bazinikele, mabazinikele aba bantu.
What's behind? What's the left? What's the left? What's left?
Mr. Wesley, can you identify where a man is running from right to left on the screen, the man whom we believe is Mr. Mpumza, victim C at scene 2?
Apha bathi maka sibonise lo muntu okuthiwa nguMpumza lo kwakuthiwa nguMambush bathi kho apho bonakala ibaleka khona. Oh, not Mambush, Mpumza. Kungasi uMambush, uMpumza.
If we can then roll the video forward. We believe that that gunfire that you hear there is the shooting from Sergeant Sebejani and the death of Mr. Mpumza.
Sive kubetha umpu phaya uthi ukholelwa ukuba ngumpu ka Sergeant Sebejane edubula lo muntu obizwe ngegama uMpumza.
Yeah, no, you're right. You want to attack them? Yeah. But you're right.
If we can replay that audio, which is Captain Ryland saying, "Is he all right?"
Huh? Yeah, no, you're right. You want to attack them? Yeah. But you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're okay.
And again, Captain Ryland's apparently asking Sergeant Sebejani, "Are you okay?"
Kuvaka lapho uSergeant abuza lo mnye ukuba right wena athi ewe.
Yeah, leave him, right.
Apho uthi miyeke all right.
And that was Captain Ryland saying, yeah, leave him, he is all right. The body that we can see is the body of Mr. Mpumza.
Lo mzimba uvele phaya ke uyena uMpumza.
Yeah. Another one.
That is Colonel McIntosh, the same man we saw in the engagement with Mr. Mtunjwa at the two separate engagements with Mr. Mtunjwa when arrangements were being made for his speech both on the night of the 15th and on the day of the 16th. Colonel McIntosh is apparently trained as a paramedic.
Lo vele phaya Colonel McIntosh lo simgcibele ethetha noMathunjwa ngokuhlwa kwe-15 ethetha nangayo mhla ka-16. If I may just say, there is somebody who speaks in the background in the Sotho language who says, "Kimutubile." I have broken him.
And you want to say, "Let them say, "Mlam."
If it could be played again, because it seems to be using molamu, a stick. Yes, there is use of the word molamu. Kimushapila kamlamu, I hit him with a stick.
Leave it. Yeah, but let them move his stick. Yeah, that didn't work, Baba.
And something said about leave the muti, and then it's not clear where. The last word that was said was Lala Pansi, lie on the ground.
Stay forward, stay forward. We are going forward. Stay forward. I want your hands straight over. Blom, ready position, boss. Ready to be on the platform. Please up on the field. Oh. Take it down, Sini Johnny. Esta kali bukti. Ini dia kamu aku temukan masjid. Dia tuh melanggar kampus. Ini apa bed misalnya? Begin to I watch it to Tracy, look. Check in. Ini every people upon. Kakak. Now the new let us never gone to it. Yeah. And people one way.
The last thing that has been said, it's somebody speaking the Afrikaans. I must unfortunately say that is usually spoken by the colored people. He's saying, "Het jy gesien hoe pipens vir ons aan mekaar?" He's piping us continuously.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't get a rendition. I didn't hear properly what the translation is.
The translation of a pipens amakar, he says he's piping us continuously. That's the only translation I can give because that's really slang.
Maybe if we could get again the Afrikaans version. I just didn't hear properly.
If that could be replayed. If I may translate it now fully again, he said, "Where is you pay for us?
Yeah. And people one way. And we come from Isura. Oh, the thing I come to a chicken. Yeah, I come here. Just one, check. What's that? Bring him here. Come. Bring him here. Go there. Bring him down there. Come. That's it. Go there. Keep up.
That which was said just before this, we had it in English. You come here, here he comes. Bring him here, and then there's the word keeper, take out.
That second video ran from 16:18:23 for 5 minutes and 47 seconds on Captain Ryland's phone. The next video is a 24-second clip that starts at 16:35:14 on his phone.
Le video besibhekile ka Captain Ryland ibiqale ngo-16:18:23 yade ekupheleni lezawusuka abangoku iqala ngo-16:35 iyawugqibela nawe emva kwe-24 minutes.
We'll shut over. We call it that area is here. We're calling later. Okay, I'm going to find the direction of the copy. Papa, what is which one?
The next video is a 36-second clip almost immediately after the video which we've just seen. The timestamp on that video is 16:36:50.
16:36, bendithe 24 minutes kanti 24 seconds lethi le izawudlala 36 seconds.
Okay, now a little bit more quiet. Tell me when you want to go to the side or not. Okay, this is where we are circling now. Where we are circling now, and there they are. Are you with the horses? Okay. I've got your visual. Go straight. Go just straight with the horses.
And if we can then show the last video, which is a 2-minute 16-second video at 17:52.
Le iqala ngo-17:52 iyawudlala iminutes ezimbili ne-seconds ezingu-16.
Oh, Solomon. 1989. The mechanics are also in the vicinity of us. Yes, that one.
Mr. Chairperson, those are all the videos which we would want to play in commission at this stage.
Uthuphela lapha-ke ngevideo afuna ukuzibonisa i-commission kwangoku.
CC56. What was the last annex of CC56?
It was CC 56. I have been informed by Ms. Pillay that in fact, CCs 52 to 56 have already been included as Annexure I 1 to 5. And so I think we should keep them with their original numbering, which is Annexure I 1 to 5. When Captain Rylands' video was first shown, all 5 were apparently introduced as annexures. So this series will now end with Sergeant Mklatzi's videos at CC 51.
Thank you. Before we take the adjournment until tomorrow morning at 9:30, is there anyone who wishes to raise any point that we can deal with shortly now?
Buza ngokuba khona na owamagqwetha ofuna ukuveza into ethize ngaphambi kokuba siphume ngoku size sihlangana apha ngomso kusasa.
Mr. Chairperson, if I may just raise the issue of Exhibit T. You'll recall that we reserved Exhibit T for the December letter, the December 2011
It had been quoted. So have you got copies for distribution?
We were first waiting for SAPS to clear up the differences between the December letter and the July letter, and then it was going to be admitted as an exhibit.
Mr. Semenya, can you in the dark tell us anything about the point that's been raised by Ms. Pillay in relation to Exhibit T?
Chair, the first document relates to the withdrawal of the use of rubber bullets. The subsequent letter is reintroducing a different rubber balls.
Essentially, the main difference between the two.
That's the difference between the two.
Umahluko okhona kwezi zincwadi zimbini ukuthi leyo yokuqala ibithi zingasetshenziswa i-rubber bullets, eyesibini iyazibuyisa kodwa izibuyisa sezezi rubber balls.
All right. Ms. Pillay, have you got copies to distribute now, or are you going to distribute them tomorrow morning?
Mr. Chairperson, Exhibit T does form part of the SAPS bundle already. I think it's in the region of page 400, 401.
Yes, I know, but I'm aware of that, but all the bundles aren't going to be exhibits. So the idea is to extract from the bundles documents which are before the Commission as exhibits, to which reference can be made. I don't know that when we come to argument, people will be able to refer without a document having been proved or admitted, merely because it's somewhere in the bundle. Anyway, I don't know how many pages these various bundles amount to, because I've only got them in hard drive form, I think, but I would suspect that the number of pages is quite substantial. And in order to preserve some structure and focus, I think it's desirable that should be handed in as exhibits. If you haven't got one now, that's fine. I'm going to adjourn in a minute, and you can hand it in tomorrow morning.
As you please, Mr. Chairperson.
Can we be informed what to prepare for tonight, for tomorrow?
Yes. Well, I understood, perhaps Mr. Mpofu can tell us, I understood that the Bishop of Pretoria is to come back into the witness box to be for the cross-examination by Mr. Berger to continue, for him thereafter to be cross-examined, I think, by Mr. Semenya and such other people who wish to cross-examine him. That's my understanding. But there have been surprises in the past, so let me ask Mr. Mpofu whether another surprise awaits us.
It does not, Mr. Chairman.
So there's the bishop, there's also, I've been handed a document, I take it, I don't know if you have, it's the statement by Warrant Officer Albert Olkers Wessels, who is giving evidence.
I have a copy of that.
Yes.
This is why I wanted to make sure that he may be called tomorrow.
Well, let's find out from Mr. Semenya. Mr. Semenya, what are your plans as far as Warrant Officer Wessels are concerned?
He is ready to testify once his slot comes, Chair.
Siva kuthiwa ke kuzawuthi ngomso sibe nomhlonishwa uBishop azogqibezela ukuphendula imibuzo, kuzawuthi ke emva koko umhlekazi uSiminya bese biza lelinye inqina kodwa oko kuyokwenzeka ngomso.
I take it that the plan is that Mr. Mpofu will recall the bishop, who will continue with his cross-examination, rather Mr. Berger will continue with his cross-examination of the bishop. Mr. Semenya will then cross-examine, and any other people who wish to cross-examine will do so. And thereafter there'll be re-examination, and the bishop will then be excused. And if we still have time left before the end of the day, which I hope we will, then Warrant Officer Wessels will give evidence. And so, does that answer your question, Mr.
Thank you, yes.
Sizawusebenza ngaloo ndlela ke ngomso. Kuyawubuzwa ubishop xa kugqityiwe ngaye, xesha lisekhona kuzabe sekubizwa eli nqina lesibini.
So the commission will then be adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Lesingene kusasa ngomso, past 9.
Commission will resume. I understand that the video, the portion of the video that we still have to see, or the videos we still have to see, will take something over an hour.
Apha mfanekiso yathathwa uRyland ixesha lithi 16:13 nezimizuzwana engu-18 emva koko.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Commissioner. I thought I heard the passage, which is the point at which we synchronize the times on this video with the times. I beg your pardon, Mr. Commissioner. I thought I heard the passage, which is the point at which we synchronize the times on this video with the times on the Lonman chopper video, but in fact it comes later.
What are you saying there? No, that guy is calling you. Some other suspects on the ground. Yeah, but leaving. They're going in the campus. They said you must cease yourself. That's exact. Hey, that guy is just stripping. What is stripping? You want to strip? You want to strip? Go strike. Exactly. What is lying? Yeah, they're coming. They want to surrender. Help out with their...
The Commission will resume. I understand that the
Canvas. Go to your left. Leave people first. Go to your left. Stop shooting, shoot fire! Okay, we will split there. Someone came here, we got time with it. This side, on your shoulder, the chocolate on your left, the other one out. It's moving.
Oh, not Mambush, Mpumza. Kungasi uMambush, Mpumza.
If we can then roll the video forward.
You can't stop this one.